Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted for calm, sleep-friendly listening, truth preserved, atmosphere enhanced. Like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new releases. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then it plays clean. Literary horror narration for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. It happened on Halloween night in the kind of suburb that's always described as quiet. Rows of split-level homes, trimmed hedges, kids riding scooters in the evening. You think you know a place until something slips into its edges. I was 13 that year. I remember because I felt like I was pushing the upper limit of trick-or-treating, but I still wanted one more shot at it. That night, the air was warm for late October, and no one was wearing jackets over their costumes. I wasn't dressed up in anything elaborate, just an old hoodie and a rubber mask I'd kept from the year before. The goal wasn't really the candy. It was being out with friends under streetlights and feeling like something else was possible for a few hours. There were 5 of us. Me, Ella, her younger brother Jonah, and the twins from 2 blocks over, Bree and Landon. We started out just after sunset. The neighborhood was full of people. Parents with strollers, toddlers dressed as pumpkins, teenagers in half costumes, groups shouting from one driveway to another. We zigzagged from porch to porch, joking around, comparing what we got, switching which of us was leading. Everything about it was ordinary, until it wasn't. I didn't notice him at first. He was just another figure on the opposite sidewalk standing still under a street lamp. He wore a blank white mask and a dark hoodie with the hood pulled up. His arms were crossed or maybe just tucked into his sleeves. Nothing about it said threat at the time. He didn't move. We walked on. But then we saw him again, a block later, on our side of the street, standing in front of a yard with fake gravestones. It could have been a decoration if he hadn't shifted slightly when we passed, just enough to prove he was real. Ella slowed down. She looked at me and said something about him looking familiar. Jonah said we'd passed him earlier by the Murphy house, which meant he'd either looped around ahead of us or was following. I brushed it off. Probably someone's dad, maybe even a teenager pulling a prank. He wasn't doing anything. Not really. Still, from that point on, we all kept checking behind us. Each time we glanced back, he was there. Not close, not far, always maintaining the same distance. When we stopped to sort through candy on a curb, he stopped too, just stood across the street. Still as ever. We got quiet. No one said much until Bree muttered something about heading home. Landon agreed, and I felt it too. We didn't need to finish the route. We just wanted to be done. We turned toward our part of the neighborhood, heading for the shortcut between fences that led past the school field. It was narrow, that shortcut. Just enough space between 2 backyard fences to walk single file. I was near the front. The moment we turned the corner, I stopped so fast that Jonah bumped into me. He was there, standing in the path ahead. No sound, no movement. Just there. We backed out fast. No questions, no hesitation. We scattered, then regrouped on the sidewalk, breathless. The shortcut was no longer an option. We took the long way around, cutting through a couple of yards, trying to laugh it off like it was part of some haunted house routine. But none of us really bought it. We didn't talk much after that, just moved fast and stuck together. Near my street, we saw him again. This time at the end of the cul-de-sac, near the storm drain. Still distant, still watching. Ella ran inside and got her mom. When her mom came out and saw the figure, she didn't waste time. She shouted across the street, telling him to leave us alone. He didn't respond, but he did start walking, slowly, away. She called the non-emergency police number and reported what we'd seen. She gave a description and stayed outside for a while in case he circled back, but he never did. No one came to take a statement that night. The story got folded into neighborhood chatter over the next few days, but nothing came of it. Later, Ella's mom mentioned that someone else, an older woman from a few blocks over, had seen a man in a mask near the playground earlier that week. She said he had stood watching kids and made slow hand gestures like he wanted them to follow him. When she approached, he left before anyone could figure out who he was. The police were told, but without a license plate or clearer details, it didn't go anywhere. No one found out who he was. There were guesses, but nothing that stuck. Just someone anonymous in a mask, silent and persistent, not dramatic, not violent, just there, always keeping the same distance, always stopping when we did. I still think about it every Halloween, not with fear exactly, more like unease. The way he never tried to close the distance, the way he never spoke, the way he was somehow always exactly where we were going, no matter how we changed direction. It felt like he was studying us, not scaring us. Maybe that was the point. Now every year when the porch lights come on and kids swarm the sidewalks, I keep one eye on the edges of the street, just in case someone decides to stand still and wait again. I am known on my block for handing out candy on Halloween, and I take the role seriously, not as a character but as a neighbor who likes the order of bowls, labels, and a clear rule that kids understand and parents appreciate. The sky turned from aluminum to charcoal as the first costumes drifted in with the evening air. We set a folding table on the driveway and sorted the candy into plastic cauldrons, then explained my simple system in the same steady way each year. 2 pieces, trade fairly, and be kind to the littles. The drizzle was only a mist at first, just enough to darken the pavement and sharpen the smell of wet leaves and cold metal. It felt like a normal Halloween on a quiet street where people still wave across hedges. By the time the younger kids had tired and the teens in hoodies with pillowcases came through, I had fallen into that familiar rhythm. Parents with travel mugs thanked me. Little witches and superheroes compared loot. And I kept the bowls topped while I decided what to keep in reserve for latecomers. I was content, busy without stress, and focused on the tiny logistics of a small civic duty that always makes the block feel like it belongs to itself. The first call came around the time the drizzle strengthened. I checked the caller ID and saw a number I didn't recognize. I ignored it because I was helping a dinosaur decide between something sour and something chocolate. When the unknown number rang again, 3 minutes later, I answered out of habit and heard nothing except the hush of a live connection. The breathing on the line was faint and regular. There was a soft fumbling sound, something that could have been a finger against plastic. I said the caller likely had the wrong number and ended it. The next call came from a different unknown number, and I made the small mistake that would steer the rest of the night. I answered again. The same hush pressed against my ear. The breathing seemed deliberate. Not angry, not obscene, just present. I tried to move on with my routine and treat it as a pocket dial or a juvenile prank, because that explanation fit the holiday and made the sensation of being regarded feel silly, like a story that would sound funny tomorrow. The calls kept coming, staggered by a few minutes, each with nothing but the line's soft life and the awareness of being listened to. I told myself it would burn out if I stopped reacting, and then I answered once more, simply because curiosity is a response that can look like politeness. My friend planned to stop by and texted that she was a few minutes away. She could not resist teasing me and let me know she might prank call before she arrived. When a familiar laugh bled through the next anonymous ring, I realized she had followed through and I let the tension unknot, because that explanation felt complete. She pulled around the corner a few minutes later with a thermos and a batwing poncho that shed rain across both of us. As we chatted under the awning about nothing important, I considered telling her about the earlier calls and decided not to make it a conversation. That was the second mistake, the one that kept the oddness in my head and left it untested. Another unknown number rang. I answered with a joking tone, expecting her again, and got the same breath and deliberate quiet I had heard before. There was a faint clack near the microphone, like a ring or a nail touching the phone. I told myself it was just another kid who had seen us talking and decided to join the game. This is how I kept the night calm inside my head. I chose the simplest possible explanation every time, and I kept picking up. When the porch light fluttered and steadied, I glanced up and made a mental note to change the bulb next week. The drizzle thickened and pushed the last families out of the weather. I told my friend we could probably start packing it in soon and that I would bring the last of the candy inside. Another call came through with no caller ID, and this time the voice arrived with the breath. It sounded flat and close, the microphone fuzzing at the edges. The speaker said they were on my street. It is extraordinary how quickly an ordinary night rearranges itself around a single sentence. I didn't want to hand that line any power, so I met it with banter and suggested the caller wave and walk up for a treat. The line went dead. My friend, seeing my face, suggested we go inside, and I agreed because the air around my porch suddenly felt like a place where someone else had set the terms. We both had 1 foot over the threshold when the power in my house, and only my house, cut off completely. It felt like a sound you never notice until it stops. A hum that belongs to a refrigerator, a porch light, a furnace. Thinking the decorative string lights went dark, and the quiet took on a different weight. She checked the utility app on her phone, and it showed no outage in the area. The houses across the street stayed cheerfully lit as a reminder that the neighborhood continued normally, just not at my address. My phone vibrated in my hand with another blocked call, and she told me not to answer. I understood the advice. I answered anyway because I had already established a pattern without meaning to, and the pattern had become a kind of permission. The breathing was calmer now. I could hear rain close to the microphone and leaves underfoot. The voice returned and asked if I saw them yet, as if we had a schedule and I was late to my part. I looked toward the dark hedges at the side of the house and forced myself to say that this was not a joke, because naming was the only control I had. We stepped back and locked the door. We moved through the hallway with my phone's flashlight cutting a narrow column through the dark. The breaker panel in the basement showed lines of little switches sitting exactly where they should, and toggling the main accomplished nothing. The utility app still showed no outage reported for our block. I said something about main character energy to cut the tension, and the hollow sound of the joke made it clear that a joke would not change the facts. The phone buzzed again. I answered without saying hello and listened to rain, breath, and the crunch of someone shifting their weight among wet leaves. A long pause stretched until it felt like the caller was measuring my patience more than my fear. Then the speaker observed that I kept answering and told me that was good. The prank story I had been using to calm myself went brittle, and then broke. I hung up and called the police, reported a series of anonymous calls that had progressed to a direct claim of being on my street, and described the sudden, complete loss of power limited to my home. The operator told me to stay inside, lock the doors, and wait. That was exactly what we did. The next call went to voicemail. I did not want to hear the message and opened it anyway, because the unknown is worse than a recording. The first seconds gave me rain and breath. That matched what I had already heard. Then the voice told me to turn around. I did because a simple instruction issued that close tends to move the body before the brain votes, and there was nothing there except my own furniture and the faint blink of a smoke detector. I felt foolish, but I also felt the situation crystallize into a sequence that would later fit easily into a report. The patrol car arrived soon after and washed the living room ceiling in red and blue. The officers worked the property with flashlights, one of them at the hedges where I thought I had seen movement, the other at the side of the house where the utilities enter. They asked to see the panel and confirmed that the interior looked normal. They moved outside again, and the older officer called us over to the side yard. Her beam followed the conduit to the point where the service cable met the meter. The insulated line sagged and bent at an angle that looked wrong on sight. The insulation wasn't frayed or weathered. It was cleanly cut. She steadied the light and spoke with a short sentence that changed everything at once, and narrowed the night into a fact. Someone severed it. The air felt colder around those words because they left no space for the prank story I had been nursing. The younger officer tracked fresh prints along the hedges that were difficult to size in the rain, but read as purposeful rather than casual. The older officer asked for the timeline of the calls and the words I could recall. I told her about the silent breathing and the progression to a verbal claim of presence. Then the instruction on the voicemail. I told her my friend had prank called me earlier and that I had been answering most of the unknown numbers since then. I did not minimize the pattern. Initial compliance had become the path of least resistance, and that path had been read as an open lane by someone who knew how to escalate without raising their voice. A utility truck arrived and confirmed what the flashlight had already shown. The technician described the cut as clean and deliberate and explained he could install a temporary fix that night, but that a certified electrician would need to complete a permanent repair. The officers canvassed the immediate neighbors. A porch camera 2 doors down captured the flank of a person moving, with intent along the side of my house, a few minutes before the outage, but the frame did not hold a face. Another neighbor sent a still image the next day of a car idling without lights, shortly before that time, then moving away, but the plate was unreadable. We completed the formalities at my kitchen table. The older officer wrote an accurate summary in her notebook. Abrupt interruption of power, external electrical wiring severed, repeated anonymous calls with breathing and fumbling noises, progression to a direct statement of presence, and discovery of the physical sabotage. I gave permission for the numbers to be logged and for nearby footage to be requested. They did not make promises they could not keep, and I appreciated that restraint. They encouraged me to keep the doors locked, leave exterior lights on once the line was repaired, and consider motion lighting at the side yard. Those were ordinary measures, and ordinary measures are the right ones when a situation is real rather than dramatic. After they left, my friend insisted on sleeping on the couch, so I would not be alone in a house that hummed only where the temporary fix permitted. We listened to the restored refrigerator and the occasional car on wet asphalt, and each tiny noise that seemed to volunteer itself for inspection. My phone lit once more with an unknown number, and then again, and I let both calls expire without engagement. I did not answer any of the remaining voicemails. In the early hours, the power returned fully, and the house regained its familiar background sound. Restoration always feels like proof that a night has ended, but it is only a return to normal, not an undoing. In the morning, the rain left wrappers stuck to the sidewalk and leaves pressed flat in damp patterns. Coffee in hand, I walked the side yard with the uneasy calm that follows a disruptive event. The temporary fix held. The cut cable looked stark in daylight, the interior conductors visible like a cross-section in a manual. I opened the email from the department with the report number and sent a reply that put the sequence in clear order. Anonymous calls with breathing and fumbling, a friend's admitted prank, further anonymous calls, a verbal claim of presence, the loss of power limited to my home, the discovery of the severed exterior line, and the formal report. I wrote plainly that answering the early calls appeared to encourage further contact, and that the nature of the cut suggested a calculated act rather than an impulsive one. I did not post about any of it in the neighborhood group because crowdsourcing fear tends to generate advice disguised as blame, and blame disguised as advice. I told a few immediate neighbors by text so they could keep an eye out, and I kept my sentences short to avoid inviting speculation. I called an electrician, scheduled a permanent repair, and ordered a motion sensor for the side yard. I changed my phone settings to silence unknown callers. These were all small, ordinary fences, and they were satisfying precisely because they were ordinary. I stood again at the driveway that evening and stacked the empty bowls to put them away for another year. The porch light came back on, and threw the familiar oval of brightness onto wet concrete. I told myself that next Halloween I would do the same routine with the same measured cheer, because refusing the role would give the night too much space in my head. I also told myself a quiet rule that sits right behind the others now. I will not reward a line that wants obedience. I will put my phone face down, keep my eyes on the kids and their costumes, and listen to the normal hum that says a house is alive and connected and whole, even though I know how quickly that hum can vanish, and how easily a careful hand can find the point where a blade turns noise into silence. I moved into the house on Hawthorne Lane just a few weeks before Halloween. It was a modest corner lot, quiet, with an aging oak tree that leaned too far toward the roof and a warped welcome mat I never bothered to replace. The neighborhood felt like something from a real estate ad: neatly trimmed lawns, dusk-lit porches, and the kind of silence you stop noticing after a while. I'd saved for years to buy that house. It was supposed to be a fresh start. The first night I heard it, I thought it was nothing. A knock. Faint. Distant. I got up and checked the front door, but no one was there. The porch light buzzed overhead, and the street was empty. No breeze, no kids, just silence stretching across the lawns. I stood there for a minute longer than necessary, then locked up again. The next night, the knock came again, same time, just past midnight. I waited a bit before checking, but still no one. After the third night, I installed a camera above the door, convinced I'd catch some late-night prankster from the neighborhood, but the footage showed nothing. Not a single person, no cars, not even a dog, just the flicker of motion-activated light across an empty porch. I let it go for a few days, assuming it was coincidence or paranoia, but it wasn't. The fourth night, the knock changed. It was louder. 3 distinct hits, all in rhythm. I went to the door immediately, yanked it open. Still no one, just the streetlight blinking 2 houses down, and the hum of my own blood in my ears. I stayed up that night, watching from the window. Nothing moved, but when I finally got up to stretch around 3 a.m., I noticed the front door again, wide open this time. I always locked it before bed. I was obsessive about it. I searched the house from top to bottom. Nothing was missing. No drawers open. No footprints. But there was a smell I couldn't explain. Wet leaves and old leather. Faint but definitely there, clinging to the hallway like something had just passed through. After that, I locked myself into my bedroom at night. I moved a small desk in front of the door. It wasn't heavy, but it felt better than nothing. I stopped answering the knocks. They kept coming, though, every night. Sometimes at midnight, sometimes closer to 2. Once it came twice in the same night, an hour apart. Then it escalated. It was just past 2 a.m. when the pounding started. Not knocking, not playful. Someone was throwing themselves at my bedroom door, over and over with enough force to shake the door frame and rattle the knob. I didn't make a sound. Just grabbed the BB gun I'd kept by the bed, a CO2-powered one I bought for squirrels. Useless, really, but it looked real enough and made a sharp crack when fired. I waited until the next impact, then pulled the trigger once. The sound was louder than I expected in the stillness. Immediately the pounding stopped, just like that, gone. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours. When I finally opened the door, the hallway was empty. The house was quiet. Nothing was broken, but that smell was back stronger this time. I didn't sleep after that. I spent the next day changing locks, adding deadbolts, installing motion sensors. I even mounted a second camera, but the knocks still came, and not just at the door. I started hearing them on the windows, once on the side of the house where no one could easily reach. No motion, no footage, no footprints. By late October, I was jumping at every creak of the floorboards. I stopped inviting anyone over. I barely left the house. Each night the knocks returned. Always 3, always between midnight and 3. On October 30th, the pattern broke. The knocking started earlier, around 10 p.m., then again at midnight, and once more at 1:30. It wasn't loud, but it was different, as if whoever or whatever was doing it wasn't trying to scare me anymore. They were waiting for me to break routine. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the hallway with every light in the house on, BB gun on my lap, staring at the front door. Nothing came. When I finally went back to my bedroom around 3, I checked the locks one more time. Everything was shut, but when I passed the front door, I saw it again. Barely open, just a sliver. This time, I didn't go outside. I didn't chase shadows. I sat down right there in the hallway and wrote a note on a scrap of paper. I left it just inside the door. 2 words, why me? I never got an answer. Halloween passed without a sound. So did the week after. Then 2 weeks. The house went quiet again. I stopped checking the cameras every morning. The smell faded. But on the same night, a year later, just as October rolled into its final week, I caught it again, that faint trace of wet leaves and old leather hanging near the front door. I've always been the type to follow the rules. Even when I was a kid, I stayed on the sidewalks during trick-or-treating, always said thank you at the door, and never took more than one piece of candy from a bowl. That Halloween 2003, I was 12, and wore a plain black cape with a plastic Dracula mask. My best friend Danny was supposed to come, but his mom called to say he was resting. He'd gotten sick that afternoon. I remember being disappointed but not surprised. Danny was always kind of fragile. I decided to go alone, thinking I'd just stick to the usual blocks. Keep it simple. The first few streets were typical. Kids raced from house to house. Porch lights glowed warmly. Parents hung back on the sidewalks, sipping coffee from travel mugs. It felt normal, the way Halloween should. Then I turned down Ivy Hill Lane. I don't know what drew me there. It was a side street I'd usually skip, with fewer houses and dimmer lights. Something about it felt quiet, not peaceful, just muted, like sound had been turned down. One house caught my eye. No decorations, no lights, just a nurse standing silently on the porch. Her outfit looked old-fashioned, white dress, matching cap with a red cross. She didn't speak. She just lifted a hand and beckoned, slow and deliberate. I hesitated but walked up the steps. She dropped a fun-sized candy bar into my bag without a word. As she did, I glanced at the glass door behind her. That's when I noticed my reflection didn't match. From the waist up, I was moving normally, but my legs lagged behind just slightly, like they were underwater, then snapped forward a beat later. I blinked and stepped back, and the reflection snapped into sync again. The nurse didn't seem to notice. I mumbled a thanks and walked off quickly. As I reached the sidewalk, a man was standing at the edge of the cul-de-sac. He looked like he'd just stepped out of bed barefoot, wearing a stained bathrobe. His face was pale, eyes wide and unfocused. As I passed, he warned me in a low, croaky voice. He said something about others being around, ones who didn't always wear faces. I didn't answer. I crossed through someone's yard and headed back toward my street. That's when I realized my pillowcase felt heavier than it should. I ducked under a streetlight and looked inside. It was full, almost overflowing with those old peanut butter chews in black and orange wrappers. I didn't even like those, and I'd only seen a few earlier that night. But now there were hundreds. Footsteps sounded behind me, light and fast. I turned. Nothing there. I kept walking, faster now. Another flurry of steps. I spun around again, and this time I caught movement in a parked car's window. 4 kids stood behind me. They didn't move. I turned around in real space. No one was there, but in the reflection, the children remained. A clown, a pirate, a princess, and a small firefighter, just standing, watching. I ran. I didn't stop until I reached my house. My Aunt Jill was babysitting while my parents were at a party. She didn't look up from the TV when I burst in. She commented that I'd come home early. I dumped the contents of my pillowcase onto the hallway table. The peanut butter chews tumbled out, forming a mound. She remarked that I'd gotten a lot, then added something strange. She said Danny had come in with me, that he said he was going to run home to change. She assumed we were still together. I told her he'd never come with me. He'd been sick. She frowned, confused, said she'd seen us both at the door. She even mentioned giving us each a cup of apple cider. I didn't argue. I just went to my room and sat on the floor, staring at the candy. My stomach was tight, like I'd swallowed a knot. The next morning, I called Danny's house. His mom answered. She sounded tired, as if she'd been crying. She told me Danny had passed away the evening before. She said it happened fast, sometime after 5:30. The ambulance hadn't made it in time. I said I hadn't seen him. She paused before answering. Said she thought we'd been together. Jill had told her we'd arrived at the house together. That Danny had been wearing a firefighter costume. I never brought it up again. I told my parents I got spooked by some older kids and imagined a few things. That was easier than trying to explain reflections that moved wrong, or candy that shouldn't exist. After that, I avoided Ivy Hill Lane. I stopped trick-or-treating altogether by the next year. On Halloween, I stay home. I keep the lights off, the candy bowl stays full. But last week, something strange happened. My niece came home in tears after going out with friends. She said a firefighter boy had followed them, said he didn't show up in real life, only in the reflection of her friend's phone screen. When she emptied her treat bag, I felt my skin go cold. It was full of peanut butter chews. I always thought October folklore was an after-school hobby for bored neighbors, not a rule that touched real life. By late evening on Halloween, the cul-de-sacs in our suburb felt staged anyway. Plastic graves fogging over, motion pumpkins wheezing, a spread of damp leaves clinging to the curb. I went out with my friend because doing nothing felt worse. We drifted toward the corner house. Everyone avoided, the one that slouched behind boards and ivy like it wanted to sleep through the century. People called it the exchange house, and the rule that followed it around town sounded simple enough. Take something from that porch, and you owe something of equal value in return. I rolled my eyes at the story and kept walking. The porch light hummed as if someone had just flipped it on. A small basket sat at the top step with real candy inside, the good kind sealed in crisp orange foil. I was a skeptical teen, but I also had a sweet tooth and a habit of proving points. When I reached for a bar, a hand-thin, colorless, and unhurried slid from the dark gap behind the door and placed a second bar beside the first. As if answering my reach with its own, I took the one it set down, and on instinct that felt like manners more than belief, I dropped a few coins into the basket. The hand withdrew without a sound. I told myself it belonged to a late, shy homeowner. Only later did the unease hit me. The foil felt slick, not sticky or melted, but damp in a way that made me wipe my palm on my jeans. The first thing that went missing was a charger. After that, my earbuds, a hoodie that held every November on it. I pictured my room as a diagram and walked it with my eyes, convinced I had misplaced things, but the neat spaces where they had lived looked like they were waiting for me to notice their emptiness. When my mom mentioned the framed photo of my dad and me holding a small fish on a dock, I thought she was teasing and said I didn't remember ever taking that picture. Her face fell in the way faces do when they hit a wall you don't expect to be there. She stopped talking about it, but I realized I had stopped remembering it at all. School ran on autopilot. People used my name, and I searched their faces for the scene where we became friends. Even my own handwriting looked like it had been carefully forged. At night, I dreamed that everything I had lost sat in tidy stacks on the exchange house porch. The bundled cord, the folded hoodie, the photo glass throwing back the porch light. A hand hovered above the basket and dropped a wrapper into it, flat and perfect, and I woke up with the urge to check my desk. The wrapper from Halloween, the one that felt wrong, lay there as if I had been keeping it safe without knowing why. I tried calling my friend after dinner, and realized I had scrolled past her name several times because it looked unfamiliar. When we finally met up, she studied me like I had a fever and told me I was skipping beats, texts I didn't remember, plans I might have made, and then stepped around like puddles. She said the house was a contract more than a legend, that coins were nothing compared to what you carry with you every day, and that the balance would collect itself from the closest source if you ignored it. She was careful not to make it a dare or a sermon. She just pointed my attention back to the rule, the way you remind someone to lock a door they forgot they unlocked. We went at the same late hour, past porches gone dark, down the block where everything smelled like wet leaves and cooling pavement. The exchange house waited with its patient light. The basket sat where I remembered, and the foil inside gleamed like fish scales. My wrapper, the one for my desk, was in my pocket, folded along the creases my thumb had made. My friend said the cure matched the offense. Not a general payment, not a replacement, but the original thing put back where it came from. I climbed the steps, felt the boards give under my weight, and held the wrapper above the basket. I thought of the missing pieces of my room, and the blank spot where a photo should have lived. I thought of my name sitting in other people's mouths and sounding like a character from a show I had never seen. The porch light flickered once, as if asking a question. I didn't want to say anything at all. Speech felt like a way to get it wrong, but the moment stretched into a hinge. I set the wrapper down and said, "Paid." The light steadied. The air that had been tight around my chest loosened like a cinched trap. We stood there breathing the same cold neighborhood night we had always known. No voice answered, and no hand reached out to take more. On the walk home, street by street, items began turning solid again in my head before they turned visible. The charger coiled on the floor beside the outlet, the hoodie soft on the chair, the dock with gray water, and my dad's arm braced around my shoulders while I held a fish that was smaller than I remembered. My mom looked at me as if she had been holding her breath all week without noticing, and only then realized she could let it go. Days after, I tested my skepticism against what had happened, and found it dented but still there. The rule felt less like magic and more like gravity. I had pretended didn't apply to me. I kept the coins out of my pockets when I walked near Willow Lane, and didn't look too long at the house. The friend who had figured out what I was missing said there was nothing mysterious about paying attention to what a place asks of you. I said nothing because I didn't want to tempt any balance to check my account again. I passed the exchange house once more near dusk, and saw the porch quiet under the ivy. The basket was there, and the light hummed the same patient note. The boards didn't creak, and no hand appeared, and that was the proof I wanted. Everything I had keeps its place now, as long as I keep mine, and the rule sits in my mouth like a name I don't need to say unless I have to, which I don't. When the wind moves down the street, the porch light trembles and then settles, and the foil wrappers inside lie flat where they belong, dry as paper and squared to the edges. I don't scare easily anymore. Working the night shift at a station for nearly a decade does that to a person. You get used to the 2 a.m. drunks and the occasional tweaker mumbling into the candy aisle. You keep your head down, stay out of trouble, and mind your own business. That's how I've lasted this long. So when I came home one morning, bone-tired after a stretch of late shifts, and found a bowl sitting dead center on my living room carpet, I didn't panic. Not at first. It wasn't mine. It was made of carved wood, shallow and round, with a burned-in pattern around the rim. Inside it were dry bits of what looked like husks, maybe petals, maybe old herbs. Something dark and resinous sat in the center. The smell was thick and off-putting, sweet, spicy, and meat-like. I figured the landlord left it by mistake. I lived in a duplex, tucked in the back of a quiet suburban block. Maybe it was meant for the front unit. I texted him asking if he'd left something strange inside my place. No reply came. I set the bowl outside on the porch and figured that would be the end of it. That night around 11, just as I was trying to fall asleep, I heard movement outside. Soft, deliberate creaking on the front porch. I got up and checked the peephole. A figure stood there, motionless. I couldn't see much beyond the upper half of their body, but they wore a white mask, blank and smooth with no eye holes, just long, dark slits. They didn't knock. They didn't move. They just stood there, not even facing the door fully. I waited, hoping they'd leave. Eventually, I heard a slow scraping sound, something dragging across the wooden boards. After maybe 15 minutes, I cracked the door. The bowl was back. It had been emptied directly onto the porch. Dry fragments were scattered across the mat. At the center was a smear of something sticky and red, dragged in a long line beneath where the bowl had sat. A folded slip of paper rested beside it. In messy handwriting, it said I should show gratitude. I threw everything into the trash and scrubbed the porch down with bleach. The smell still lingered. I didn't sleep at all that night. For a few days, nothing happened. I went to work, came home, kept the lights low, double-checked the locks. I even bought a cheap porch camera and set it up. But every time I tried to check the recordings, the feed glitched into static. Then, one evening while eating a quick dinner, I glanced toward the backyard window. There were people standing out there. 4 of them, unmoving, no masks, Just faces, blank expressions, eyes wide, staring through the glass straight at me. No blinking, no sign of recognition. I called the police. When they arrived, the yard was empty. They found no footprints. I filed a report. The officer suggested it was probably teenagers pulling some post-Halloween stunt. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But the next night, the bowl was in my kitchen sink. Not outside, not on the porch, inside, sitting in a place no one could access unless they had been in the house. It was full again. This time, the contents sloshed slightly when I moved it. Something wet, something fresh. I called the landlord again, over and over. When he finally replied, it was just a short message. He claimed he told them not to pick my unit, and added that I shouldn't have moved the bowl. According to him, if I showed thanks, it would stop. That was the last straw. I packed a bag and stayed with a friend across town. I returned a few days later to check on the place. The bowl was gone, but the backyard wasn't empty. The people were back. They stood at the same distance, the same spacing, and stared through the windows without moving. Always different people, never the same faces twice. It happened again and again. The bowl would appear inside, in increasingly personal places, the bathroom sink, under the couch, once, tucked neatly under the blankets in my bed. Each time it returned, the contents were more pungent, more rotten. The smell would stick to everything. Sometimes the scraps of paper would return with it. One warned me to acknowledge the gift. Another told me to be still and be seen. The most recent one said it was my turn. I stopped opening windows, blocked every vent, checked every cabinet, every closet, every drawer before going to sleep. I barely slept. I barely ate. I started dreaming about it, dreams where I was dragging the bowl through strangers' homes, placing it in sinks, hiding it under pillows. Other nights I dreamed I was the bowl itself, waiting in the dark for someone to discover me and lift me into the light. One night, I lost it completely. I stepped outside, ready to scream at whoever was watching from the yard. I charged out barefoot, straight toward them. I got close to one, a teenage girl, maybe 16, wearing a hoodie far too thin for the cold, and stared her down. She didn't flinch, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. I waved my hand in front of her face. Nothing. When I turned around to head back inside, I felt warm breath against the back of my neck. That was it. I broke the lease, paid the penalty, and left. I didn't take anything but my wallet and car keys. I told the landlord I was done, and he didn't argue. He just asked me to make sure the door was locked behind me. I never went back, but I still think about it, especially this time of year. October has a way of bringing memories back, whether you want them or not. Once, about 6 months after I moved, I got a package in the mail. No name, no postage, just a plain box on my doorstep. Inside it was a bowl, empty, clean, waiting. I am not trying to be dramatic, only accurate, because I learned the hard way that the simplest version of events is the only one I can live with. And what follows is exactly what happened to me near Halloween a few years ago, in the neighborhood where I grew up, when dusk fell early and the leaves went slick underfoot, and I mistook an invitation for kindness, and almost followed it into a place that was not supposed to exist. I lived on a quiet suburban street where porch lights usually meant friendly neighbors and borrowed rakes, and I had the kind of temperament that made me say yes to favors before I truly understood what was being asked. That is how I ended up involved with the woman at the far end of our cul-de-sac. She appeared one afternoon like she had always belonged in that house. Small frame, steady hands, a broom that never seemed to find a resting place. A week before Halloween, a friend of mine named Ben mentioned that he had met her and that she had asked him to stop by one evening to help with a basement light that kept failing. My instinct was to tell him to leave it alone, but my habit of agreeing bled into advice as well, and I softened what I should have said. He went anyway. He did not come home that night. By morning, I had talked myself into ordinary explanations. Ben liked adventures. Ben liked staying out. Before noon, ordinary explanations collapsed. His phone went silent. I drove straight to the end of our street to knock on the old woman's door and ask if she had seen him. I expected some mixture of worry and confusion, perhaps a fidgeting apology and a story about how he had already left. What I found instead was weeds, high, matted, indifferent weeds and a ragged fence line with gaps like missing teeth. The house I had seen from my car windows on evening walks was not merely dark, it was not there. A cracked rectangle of dirt hinted at a driveway that led to nothing. I stared long enough for my eyes to invent corners and railings and the glint of a window. There was nothing to focus on. When I called the police from the curb, I chose my words carefully because I could not afford to sound hysterical. An officer came out and listened while I described the address and the missing house. He said the property was an overgrown vacant lot and had been one for a long time, and he advised me to check the county records to settle my nerves. I did, and the records agreed with him. There was no registered dwelling, only a parcel of scrub and trees and a note about periodic mowing that had lapsed years ago. Later that day, I called a relative who knows how to navigate public records better than I do. She cross-checked parcel maps, zoning changes, archived listings, and even old aerials, then told me plainly that the land had no structure on it. Not now, not recently. Her certainty should have calmed me. Instead, it raised a question I could not shake. If the house was only ever a shape in my mind, why could I describe its sagging porch step from memory? And why could I count the panes of the front window as clearly as the ones on my own home? The day drained away while I pushed that question around like a broken toy. 2 evenings later, just after sunset, Ben's friend Leah came to my door. She looked scrubbed of color and leaned forward as if her weight depended on the sentence she had to deliver. She said she had found the house, and I told her that was impossible, and she said she could take me to it anyway. She had taken a back road beyond the vacant lot, and noticed a narrow path like a utility cut that she had never seen before, and curiosity had outrun caution. She followed it by car until brush scratched both sides, and then by foot until the trees opened, and in a small clearing she saw 2 buildings that did not belong where they stood. She described them with the flattened effect of a person repeating a detail to make it normal. One house like the one from our cul-de-sac, the other smaller and turned slightly away, the sort of angle that felt intentional, like it listened. I did not believe her. I went anyway. We drove out together as the evening went blue, and then darker than blue. The sky caught the last ridge of sun, and then let it go. The air smelled like wet boards. Leah found the path again, though I had no idea how she recognized it. The entrance was the kind of gap you only see by accident. She eased the car along until the branches combed the paint. Then we killed the engine and walked by phone light and habit. The woods pressed close and then released us. The clearing just ended the trees without a border, like a held breath. And there they were, 2 houses, one grayish with sagging steps that matched what my memory insisted belonged at the end of our street, and one darker, windowless from the side I could see, its siding catching light in a way that proved there was a light source nearby. A low buzzing came from the porch of the larger house, the stuttering complaint of an old filament bulb. The light itself glowed a patient amber, just bright enough to carve a shape out of the dusk. I wanted to say that we should leave, but the part of me that had gotten me into so many awkward favors told me we had come this far, and at least we could confirm what we were seeing, and then we would call the police with words that carried the weight of certainty. I took a step toward the porch, and as my shoe pressed the first peeling board on the stair, the amber porch light clicked off with precision. Not the drown of a dying bulb, but the neat interruption of a switch. From the open doorway, a woman's voice spoke in a small, practiced way, and for a moment I could not decide whether I heard sound or memory, because I had been told these same words before, by someone repeating an invitation I had dismissed. Then my throat closed around the air because the words met me exactly where I stood. "Come in." The words were not a request. They had the form of one, but the direction of a command, and the darkness at the threshold arranged itself like a hallway getting ready to receive. Leah whispered my name, and I turned to tell her we should back away together and hold hands like kids on a field trip. so we would not lose each other in a place that didn't want to be known. I began to raise my hand. She was already gone. There was no scream, and no stagger, and no fall. The space beside me was simply empty where it had not been, and the sound that followed was not a sound at all, but the strange pulled thin quiet of a room just after someone shuts a door in another part of the house. I did what people do when their mind loses purchase. I rounded the porch with my light. I traced the foundation. I spoke her name out loud as if it had the power to fill silence with a person, and I walked in widening loops between those two buildings, until I felt something under my feet that made my body understand the threat faster than my mind. The particular soft give of a place that is not ground but a cover for a drop you do not see. I backed away and kept backing until I found the car by the shape of it, and not by thought, because thought had compressed into one idea that repeated itself without words. Get out. When I called the police, I over-explained, and I heard them begin to question the credibility of what they were about to find. And then 2 cruisers came anyway, because a missing person is a missing person, no matter how bad the story sounds. The officers walked the path with us and swept their flashlights over the same rectangle of trees and weeds that Leah and I had crossed. And when we stepped into the clearing this time, there was only grass, tamped down where our feet had been, and darkness that behaved like darkness. I tried to point where the porch had stood. The beam of a flashlight passed through empty air and snagged on nothing. One officer looked around like he recognized the place in a different way, and told me quietly that every few years somebody called in about houses back here, and the calls never agreed on what the houses looked like, only on where they were supposed to be, and that I would do well not to come here again after dark. I nodded because nodding was an action, and actions were easier than thoughts. Ben and Leah did not reappear. My relative, who had already checked the records once, checked again a few days later, and reported the same thing as before. There were no structures on that parcel. There had never been permits. There were no underground utilities to suggest a hidden dwelling, and even the oldest aerials they could find showed only canopy and scrub. I accepted those findings because I have always been good at accepting, but acceptance did not restore the missing. Days passed. I slept in short choking intervals and woke to replay the moment the bulb died, to test whether any detail would change if I held it long enough. I tried to summon a rational path I had failed to take. All I found were the steps I had taken already, and the step I had not taken, and the gap where Leah should have been. A week after Halloween, I received an unmarked envelope with no return address. Inside was a single black and white photograph curling at the corners as if it had been found in a drawer and chosen for me. It showed 2 houses in a clearing. A figure stood on the nearest porch, with one hand raised in a calm acknowledgement that read as a greeting if you wanted it to, and as a test if you didn't. The paper smelled faintly of old glue. I turned the photo over and found a note written in a cramped, slanted hand that invoked the same harmless errand that had started everything. A small domestic complaint about light, as if the task itself were the bait and we were the hook. I burned the photo because I had to do something that produced a reliable outcome. The ash curled into itself and drifted like gray moths inside the sink. I cleaned the basin twice. That should have been the end of it. It wasn't the end. Around 8 on Halloween night the following year, the photo appeared again on my kitchen table for just long enough to register, and then the table held nothing but its own grain. The next year it reappeared in the same spot with the same brevity, and I noticed the script on the back looked uncomfortably like my own. When I am rushing. I told myself I had imagined that too. I am still telling myself a story I can stand to live in, and my only rule is this: I will not go looking for those houses again. Not at dusk when shadows lengthen, not at night when the air will carry any voice at all, and not at noon when the light has nowhere to hide, because the last time I stepped toward that threshold a light went out, like a decision. A friend vanished without a sound, and the path behind me almost decided to keep me as well, and I will not give whatever stands in that clearing another chance to turn a favor into a door I cannot find my way back through. When the late October wind rises and rattles the porch of my very real house, I see the dull glimmer of a single bulb in the corner of my eye, and I set my keys on the table and breathe quietly until it fades. and I stand still and picture the exact pattern the weeds made on that vacant lot to remind myself of what is supposed to be, and I wait in the dim kitchen for the room to look normal again, and I do not move until the dark stops feeling like a mouth poised to close around me. I don't tell this story to scare anyone out of Halloween. I tell it because I've spent a year trying to find a normal explanation, and I keep coming up short. I'm an independent explorer by habit. Abandoned places, forgotten rail spurs, the odd storm drain if the tide is friendly. I'm careful, I carry maps, and I don't drink on nights I go out. I was sober, and it was Halloween evening. The forecast said clear. The kids were already out on our cul-de-sac by dusk, tiny superheroes dragging plastic pumpkins that skittered across the pavement. My plan wasn't dramatic. Walk the neighborhood loop cut through the public woods by the drainage creek, and come back out near the elementary school. I had a simple costume: black coat, hat, and a crow half mask with a leather strap. The mask wasn't just decoration, it was part of a running gag among my friends who followed my exploration posts. They always asked for a crow update. The mask was the calling card. Before I left my house, I had a feeling I can only describe as a premonition of entry, like the air in the foyer had been pressed by someone walking through it a moment earlier. The coat on the hook felt warm when I lifted it, and my lock deadbolt and knob looked exactly how I'd left them, yet I still checked them twice. The feeling didn't stop. I told myself it was ordinary holiday anxiety. I slid my phone into my pocket, put on the mask, and stepped out. I met my neighbor Mrs. Bell on her porch. She's the woman who bakes during storms and puts foil on her windows during summer, like old school radio tricks. She had a bowl with a "Please Take One" sign and a drone of classic rock rolling through the screen door. "You're really going out there in the woods?" she asked, and then smiled like it was small talk. "Just the path by the creek," I said. "I'll be back before the big kids start the fireworks." She leaned on the door frame, frowning at the breeze. "Keep your eyes up. Been a tall fellow walking the blocks who doesn't belong. Long coat, keeps to the shade. We're all costumes tonight," I said, but her words slotted into that feeling from my foyer, like a puzzle piece. Tall, long coat. I did the loop first, letting the trick-or-treaters thin. The streets in our suburb cross at odd angles, older than the newer developments around them. You can see 3 intersections from the corner by the white mailbox with the rusted flag. That's where I saw him for the first time that night. He stood across the street, under a streetlight that should have illuminated a face, but his hood or hat threw a rectangle of darkness, where features should be. Tall, yes. Cloaked. Not dramatic vampire cloth, but heavy like a greatcoat, the kind that moves as one piece. He wasn't doing anything illegal, just standing, hands inside the coat, watching me. I gave the normal neighborly nod. He didn't return it. I kept walking. You don't chase a stranger for a misunderstanding on Halloween. I turned right, then left, then right again, easing toward the woods entrance where a small wooden sign says Greenbelt Trail. When I glanced back from the second street, he was at the mouth of the previous intersection, the exact same distance away as before. Not closer, not farther, almost as if space had been reversed, and my steps only rotated us around a fixed radius. He was still there when I reached the last street before the path. A minivan stuffed with kids turned between us, and when it passed, he was gone. The street looked cartoonishly normal. Inflatable ghosts, plastic bones in the mulch, the sweet smell of cheap chocolate. I checked my phone. Full bars, 7:43 p.m. At the trailhead, a small table had been set up by the HOA. It held a thrift store ceramic pumpkin filled with cheap glow sticks and candy. Another sign taped to it. "Please take only one. Happy Halloween." Next to the table sat the walking gate we use to keep bikes from flooding the trail during rain. It's the kind that swings on springs, with a square latch. I bent to take a glow stick. That's when the gate moved. I don't mean the wind pushed it. The latch lifted up from the inside, smacked the metal post, and the gate nudged out an inch, as if someone on the trail side had tested it. I froze and stared into the dark gap between the slats. Nothing. No sound of a hand letting go. I stepped back, legs buzzing. The ceramic pumpkin rattled lightly on the table like it had caught a vibration. The latch settled back into place with a deliberate soft click from the interior. If this had been a prank, I'd expect laughter, footsteps, a child running. Nothing. The trail side was still. I should have turned around. Instead, that explorer brain kicked in. The woods are public and narrow. 0.6 miles of trail. The HOA loves their cameras on the street sides. The worst thing in there at night is usually possums. I told myself somebody had leaned a bungee on the latch, and it slipped. I pushed the gate, which swung silent, and stepped into the dark. The trees formed a comfortable tunnel, and the last spill of streetlight slid behind me. I made it maybe 50 yards before I felt watched again. Not the thrill of it, but the specificity. Eyes between my shoulder blades, pointed and patient. I slowed. You can triangulate a watcher by pretending you've lost something and pacing a small circle. I did that, counting the breaths I could see fog in the beam of the tiny flashlight on my keyring. Behind me, nothing. Ahead, branches and the pebble glint of the creek. To my left, deeper woods. To my right, the fence line of the backyards. Then I saw him through the slats of a backyard fence, at the edge of a pool of light from a motion sensor that hadn't gone off. A tall dark shape 3 houses in, facing the woods, motionless. It wasn't a person standing on a deck. He was on the grass, at the fence line parallel to me, the way a cat stalks without committing to the path. I took a step, and he took a step. I stopped, and he stopped. He was across a property boundary and still in my orbit. I kept walking. The trail bends near the creek, and then runs straight toward a wooden footbridge, before curving to the schoolyard. I had maybe 3 minutes left in the woods. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Relief rolled through me. Finally, something normal, and I grabbed it. The screen was an oily gray. Not off, not on. The battery had been around 80% when I left the house. The phone was barely warm, like it remembered being alive. I held the power button. Nothing. I tried a hard reset. Nothing. The phone simply would not be a phone. I looked up. The cloaked figure stood on the footbridge. There's a rational explanation for seeing someone ahead of you when you saw them behind you seconds earlier. Different person. Bad perspective. Halloween costume culture. But his silhouette was exactly the same as the one at the fence, and the one at the streetlight, and the one under the minivan's path. One piece, long coat, hands inside, had a blank wedge of shadow. He didn't move. He just blocked the bridge like an apology I didn't want to hear. That final fraction of the trail divides in a cut path that edges the creek. If you take it, you reach a neighboring cul-de-sac that shares property lines with ours. I slid onto that cut path. Damp leaves caved underfoot, and the trick-or-treat noise rolled over the canopy like distant surf. Halfway along the creek, something flickered against my shin. I aimed my keychain light down. My mask's leather strap was snapped in two across the mud, and the beak half of my crow mask sat next to it, cracked through the eye. I had left the house wearing the mask. When the premonition felt too stupid to carry around, I'd set the mask on the hook by the door and told myself I'd put it back on for a photo at the school sign. I hadn't touched it after that. I had not brought it with me to the woods, yet here it was, broken near the creek, near a spot the figure had repeatedly appeared. That was the moment unease became panic. You read these words and think, someone took it off your hook, followed you, and broke it to mess with you. But that has too many assumed steps for the level of quiet I'd experienced. No laughter, no running, no breathing other than mine, and the gate latch had moved from the inside before I even entered. This felt like choreography more than cruelty, like I was being kept in a loop. I bolted. The cut path dumped me into a slice of backyard that backed a cul-de-sac I didn't recognize. That should not be possible. My neighborhood is a dull grid of repetition, but the houses felt misordered, like somebody copied and pasted them wrong. My sense of direction is extremely good. I could point north in an elevator. At that moment, my compass was a dream someone else had. I crossed the cul-de-sac, glancing at mailboxes for numbers, and every one I passed had a thin film of pollen, as if it were spring. Kids' voices came from everywhere, but no children were visible, like broadcast noise. I picked the street that should have led me back to the school, and I walked it fast. Every other intersection, he was there again, always across from me, always the same distance away, a silent, tall figure at the corner of my eye, as if the streets were mirrors and he was the flaw the builder couldn't buff out. I tried to film him on my dead phone. Out of reflex. No use. I tried to stop and shout and make him answer. My voice flattened in the open air, like the soundproof foam panels in Mrs. Bell's spare room when she used to sing. No one came out. The porch lights stared back. I turned once more and hit the school fence. I expected chain link. What stood in front of me was a wooden privacy fence I've never seen in my life, though I've lived here 5 years. Beyond it, the schoolyard lights shimmered like they were underwater. I could see the footbridge through a gap between boards. Only it was not behind me anymore, but canted sideways, shrunk like a toy in a diorama. I don't know how long it took to get back. My watch, which is entirely mechanical, said 8:05 when I turned from the bridge, 8:08 at the cul-de-sac with pollen, and 10:17 when I reached my street. The loop I intended would normally be 20 minutes. I lost at least an hour somewhere in 3 blocks of suburb and a sliver of woods. My legs ached like I'd run downhill for miles. When my street finally appeared, an ambulance's lights spun quietly at the far end, where some teenagers ignite fireworks every year. The spinning blue and red bathed everything in that emergency aquarium glow. I walked faster. Every step I expected him to appear, at the mouth of the next intersection. He didn't. The last block belonged to me. Mrs. Bell was on her porch again, in a robe now. The candy bowl was empty. Her eyes widened as I came up the steps. "You look like you walked out of a freezer," she said. "My phone's dead," I managed. Did you see?" She put her hand on my sleeve. She's a warm hands person. "I saw you go down to the gate and stop. Then I saw you. 10 minutes later, crossing at the far street. Then 20 minutes later, the same, like you were circling with the trick-or-treaters. You didn't wave. You saw me 3 times. Maybe 4, she said, and then her expression turned into something I think about when I can't sleep. And I saw someone else, across from you each time, tall, long coat, wouldn't come up onto the porches. He was keeping pace from the street, honey. Didn't cross any lawns. Did he go toward the woods? He never stepped off the asphalt," she said. "Not even once." She squeezed my sleeve. "That's why I didn't call you over. He was watching the spaces between the houses, like they were his." I told her about the gate latch lifting from the inside, about the mask, about the weird cul-de-sac. She didn't tell me I was crazy. She went inside and came back with a flashlight and one of those emergency blankets you see at marathons. "People get turned around in the woods," she said. "Even the small ones. Sit a minute." We sat. The ambulance at the end of the street switched off its light. Kids screamed happily as something popped. The neighborhood thinned itself back down to ordinary. When I felt steady, I walked the last houses to my own. My deadbolt and knob were exactly how I'd left them. The coat hook where I'd hung my mask held only the empty ring of the strap. The inside of my door smelled faintly of mud. I locked the house, plugged in my phone, and watched its screen stay gray for so long I thought I'd cracked it, just as I considered taking it to the kitchen to set it in rice. Ridiculous it hadn't touched water. The screen came back. 7% battery. Time 9:01 p.m., which wasn't true in any direction. Text trickled in from friends. "Where's the crow? Crow update. You okay?" I photographed the broken beak, half on my kitchen counter, mud still in its eye, and sent the picture to my group with a joke about getting uncrowed. I don't think anyone saw how clean the break was. Not jagged, as if something pressed down hard and evenly with 2 thumbs. I didn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him not as a person, but as a radius, a territory line that moved when I moved. Always equidistant, Always across a border street, fence, bridge. Never quite entering, never quite letting me leave. The premonition of entry I'd felt before I left the house made a new kind of sense. I hadn't been afraid of him coming into my home. I'd been afraid of the realization that he'd already been through my route, tested the gate latch, known where the candy bowl would be, even handled my mask, and laid the path like track. The next morning I retraced the loop in daylight. The woods were small and kind. The gate latch hung peacefully. At the creek where I'd found the broken mask, there was a single shoe print in the mud that wasn't mine. It was narrow and long, the sort of boot whose tread is worn down smooth by years. It faced the path. On my way back, I passed the white mailbox with the rusted flag. At its base, someone had lined up 4 glow sticks in a neat row, all cracked and glowing green, blue, as if counting. I didn't see him again. Not that day, not that week, not since. I still feel on some evenings that if I walk the loop the right way, he'll reappear at the opposite corner, polite as a surveyor. When that happens, I go out only as far as Mrs. Bell's porch. We sit and watch the spaces between the houses, which is where I think he actually lives. The threshold, the easement, the unfenced line between. We talk about normal things, like whether the school will get the grant for the playground, and whether the HOA will ever put lights along the footbridge. On Halloween this year, I won't wear a costume. I'll stand on my porch with a bowl labeled "Please Take 2." I'll keep my phone charging and a real flashlight in my hand. I won't go into the woods. When the kids thin and the cul-de-sacs quiet down, I'll look across the intersections from time to time. If I see a tall figure keeping a courteous distance, I will pretend not to. I will not test any gates. And if something small and essential shows up broken where it shouldn't be, I'll accept the message. Some boundaries look like lines on a map. Others are people. And when those people decide the neighborhood itself is their territory, they don't have to cross your threshold to get inside your night. They just have to stand where you're going to be and wait. I used to live on a quiet cul-de-sac called Bellman Street, tucked just beyond the city's edge where the houses all looked alike. White siding, fenced yards, porch lights that flickered in the wind, except for one. It sat at the very end of the street, half hidden behind a dying oak. Everyone in town called it the condemned house. Nobody ever mowed its lawn, yet the grass never grew. Nobody lived there. Yet every Halloween, without fail, a single light would appear somewhere on that property. Sometimes it glowed from an upstairs window, sometimes from the porch, and once, I swear, from the middle of the yard. Just one point of yellow light, soft and warm like a porch lamp waiting for someone to come home. Every October, kids dared each other to go near it. And every year, someone tried to find out where that light came from. And every year, something went wrong. I didn't think much of it until 2008, when my Uncle Raymond decided he'd had enough of the neighborhood's ghost stories. He was the kind of man who didn't believe in nonsense. He fixed things, built things, handled problems head on. That October, a week before Halloween, he told me he was going to the old house to lock it up for good. Said he'd bring a chain and a padlock so the local teens would stop sneaking in. He asked me to come with him. I should have said no. We went just after sunset. The sky was dim and heavy, the air thick with that dusty, cold smell that always means a storm's on its way. When we reached the porch, the house loomed darker than I remembered. The boards across the windows looked freshly nailed, though I knew no one had touched them in years. And there it was, the light. This time it flickered from a second-story window, pulsing slow and steady like it was breathing. Raymond ignored it. He looped the chain through the door handles, muttering about punk kids with flashlights. I held the beam for him as he locked it tight, but when he gave the door a firm tug to test it, something hit it from the inside hard. The door slammed shut so violently the frame cracked. The sound was so sharp it echoed through the empty street. We froze. I swear I felt the porch shake under my feet. The light in the window blinked twice, then went out. Wind caught it, he said, even though the air was still cold. No wind, no bugs, no sound at all. We left quickly after that. But 2 nights later, he went back, alone. He never came home. The police found his truck parked out front the next morning. His keys were still in the ignition, toolbox on the passenger seat. The chain on the door was still there, but the padlock was gone. I remember the officer who came to the door, a man named Heller. He told me that when they tried to open the door, it wouldn't budge, not because it was locked, but because the frame had somehow fused shut. No signs of prying, no tool marks, just sealed like the wood and metal had melted together. They searched the house for 3 days and found nothing. No body, no trace, not even footprints in the dust inside. After that, the city posted a new condemnation notice and fenced the place off. For a while, everyone stopped talking about it. The house sat empty again. But the next Halloween, that light came back. Same time, same soft glow. Years passed. I tried to move on, got married, had a daughter. I even moved to the other side of town for a while. But somehow every October I'd find myself driving down Bellman Street again, just to see if the house was still there. And it always was. Leaning slightly to one side, boards nailed across the windows, the dead oak out front, like a black skeleton against the moon. And the light would be there too. Last Halloween, I went back again. Not on purpose. I'd been visiting a friend nearby and decided to take the long route home. Curiosity, nostalgia, maybe something worse. That's when I saw the boy. He couldn't have been older than 12, riding his bike up the street in a cheap skeleton costume. He stopped right in front of the gate to the condemned house, his attention caught by the glow on the porch. This time, the light wasn't coming from the window. It was coming from a small metal box sitting on the steps. Looked like an old lunchbox, rusted and dented. Before I could stop him, the boy dropped his bike, climbed the fence, and walked up to it. I shouted, told him not to touch anything, but he didn't even look at me. He knelt down, lifted the lid of the box, and he was gone. Just like that. No sound, no flash, nothing. The box fell onto its side, the lid hanging open. I ran to the gate shaking, calling out for him, but there was no one there, only the faint smell of ozone, like after a lightning strike. Inside the box was something dark and sticky. It looked like thick mud, but when I leaned closer, I saw streaks in it like something had been scooped out with fingers. Half of it was missing. The police came again. They told me I must have imagined the whole thing, because no one had reported a missing child that night. The next morning, the box was gone. I didn't go near the house again after that, but the pattern stuck in my head. This idea that every year the house lures someone in. It doesn't matter who. A man trying to secure it, a curious kid, maybe even someone just watching too long. It's been over 15 years since that Halloween night, and I still can't drive through that cul-de-sac without my stomach tying itself into knots. I tell people it's just a bad memory from childhood, but the truth is I don't think anyone who was there with me that night ever came back the same. One of us didn't come back at all. I was 14, that liminal age where you're too old for trick-or-treating but still young enough to crave the thrill of it. My cousin Jordan was 16 and had the car, and he'd invited me and 2 of my friends, Leo and Matt, to hit some neighborhoods on the edge of town. You know the type, big houses, better candy. We were looking for full-size bars, not those half-hearted fun-size disappointments. The night was cool, typical late October breeze with leaves skipping across the pavement. Jordan had heard from someone at school about a pocket neighborhood, one of those newer developments that was never finished because of some zoning issue or recession-related crap. Just 5 or 6 houses tucked into a cul-de-sac that didn't show up on GPS. According to the story, one of the homes still gave out candy, but no one knew who lived there. That should have been our first red flag. We found it just before 9. The street was narrow and lined with identical houses, but the last one at the end stood out. Porch lights blazing, jack-o'-lanterns flickering with that unnatural bluish flame, and a massive wooden bowl sitting on a table near the steps, piled high with candy. The others laughed about it being one of those take-one houses. but there was no sign, just the bowl and that eerie glow. We walked up cautiously. Matt hung back, already getting nervous. He kept muttering about how none of the other houses had lights on, how the whole street felt wrong. Leo, being Leo, grinned and said, "More for us," before plunging his hand into the bowl. He barely got the wrapper open before his legs buckled. It was like watching a marionette get its strings cut. He collapsed, candy still in hand, eyes rolled back and mouth slack. For a second, we all just stood there, too shocked to move. Then Jordan dropped to his knees, shaking him, shouting his name. Leo didn't respond. He didn't scream or convulse. He just stopped. He was breathing, but it was shallow, barely there. His pupils were pinpricks. We called 911, but the signal kept failing, going from one bar to no service even though we were still in the suburbs. Then Matt vanished. It happened fast. 1 second he was at the edge of the yard, staring at the house like he was hypnotized. And the next, there was this ripple in the air like heat distortion on pavement, and he was gone. No sound, no flash, just gone. Jordan screamed. I couldn't. My throat had closed up. We dragged Leo's limp body back to the car and tore out of that cul-de-sac like hellhounds were chasing us. We drove straight to the hospital. Leo stayed catatonic. The doctors ran tests for days, but they found nothing. No seizures, no brain trauma, no toxins. He just wouldn't respond. They called it acute dissociative fugue, eventually, but they were just naming the unknown. We tried to tell the police about the house, about Matt, but they thought we were messing around, teenagers high on something, or pulling a Halloween prank. But Jordan didn't let it go. He went back to that cul-de-sac 2 days later with a camera. He said the house was gone. Not just empty gone. The lot was there, but the house had vanished. The foundation was bare. No porch, no furniture, no blue-lit jack-o'-lanterns. County records confirmed the house had been condemned for over a decade, gutted and boarded up after a fire. No one had legally lived there in years. We drove back together a week later. Daylight didn't help. The lot where we know we saw that glowing house was overgrown. Weeds climbing the concrete foundation like nature was trying to erase what had happened. The rest of the houses were still there. Identical shells with dead yards and for sale signs bleached by the sun. No neighbors, no signs of life. It was a ghost neighborhood. Leo's parents moved him to a long-term care facility after 6 months. He never spoke again. Still alive, still unresponsive. Sometimes I visit him and I swear his eyes follow me, but the doctors say it's involuntary. Jordan changed after that, became quiet, paranoid, wouldn't drive at night, flinched at anything blue. He died in a car accident 10 years later. Fell asleep at the wheel, they said. But I know better. The road he crashed on, less than 2 miles from that cul-de-sac. As for Matt, no trace, no missing person report ever stuck. His parents stopped talking to us like they blamed us. Maybe they did. I never go trick-or-treating anymore. I don't put out decorations. I don't buy candy. I lock my doors and keep the lights off. Every year on Halloween night, just after sunset, I swear I hear footsteps outside. Not on the sidewalk, on the grass, right up by the door. And once, just once, I found a single blue flame flickering inside a pumpkin on my porch. I hadn't carved it. I hadn't put it there. I threw it in the river that night. But I still dream about that house. And in the dreams, Leo is walking, Matt is smiling, and something is always waiting by that candy bowl. I used to think haunted houses were just stories people told to make Halloween feel more exciting. I was studying psychology then, convinced every ghost tale had an easy explanation rooted in suggestion, fear conditioning, or lighting. But what happened last Halloween night changed that. It didn't make me believe in ghosts. It made me believe in being watched. It began as a dare. My friend Caleb and I had left a Halloween party after midnight. The hosts ran out of drinks early, and no one was ready to go home. Someone mentioned the abandoned house on Alder Hill, an old property that had been empty for decades. Locals said the owner had filled it with cameras before he died, and that the place was still wired for surveillance. We laughed it off at first, but the drive wasn't far, and curiosity got the better of us. The air was cold and wet by the time we reached the base of the hill. Fog rolled across the road like smoke, and the house sat at the top with its porch half collapsed, the upper shutters loose in the wind. The last jack-o'-lanterns from the neighborhood still flickered on nearby steps, faint orange dots disappearing into the mist. We parked in a gravel lot, shut off the headlights, and for a second the house vanished completely into shadow. I remember the sound of gravel under our shoes as we climbed the slope, that crisp, empty sound that feels louder than it should. The front door leaned inward on one hinge, scraping against the floorboards when the wind moved it. Inside, the air smelled of burnt wood and mold. Our phone flashlights cut narrow beams through the dark, revealing torn wallpaper, broken plaster, and old magazines stuck together by damp. Every step echoed. We told ourselves it was harmless, just exploring. The downstairs rooms were empty except for a few rusted pipes and a collapsed chair. Then we heard a noise overhead. It wasn't loud, just a soft, quick creak, followed by another. The pattern was too regular to be an animal. It sounded like someone walking slowly across the floor above us. Caleb whispered that it could be the wind, but neither of us believed it. We started up the staircase, every step groaning under our weight. The second-floor hallway stretched long and narrow, lined with cracked doors. The air felt colder up there, stiller somehow. At the end of the hall, one room stood open, cleaner than the rest, with a single mirror propped against the wall. We stepped inside. The floor was bare, dust undisturbed. As soon as we crossed the threshold, the door swung shut behind us with a dry click. I turned to push it open, but it wouldn't move. Caleb tried too, throwing his shoulder against it. It didn't budge. The latch had caught from the outside. He muttered that maybe it was warped for moisture. Then the light changed. A rapid, flickering pulse filled the room. White, mechanical, steady. It flashed across the mirror in our faces like a camera shutter firing again and again. There was no sound, only the rhythmic bursts of light. My chest tightened as I turned in circles, searching for the source. But there was nothing in the room but us. The flashes went on for several seconds, long enough for the afterimage to burn behind my eyes. Then, just as suddenly, they stopped. The door behind us clicked softly and drifted open. We didn't question it. We ran. The stairs blurred beneath our feet as we stumbled down them, the beam of my phone jerking wildly across the walls. Neither of us spoke until we reached the porch. The cold night air hit like water. We ran to the car and locked the doors, sitting in silence while our breathing slowed. When we finally started the engine, the headlights washed over the house. The upstairs window we had just left reflected light back at us in a single dull gleam. Neither of us said much on the drive home. We tried to explain it away. Maybe some leftover motion sensor had triggered a hidden light. Maybe it was a short circuit or a prank. But nothing explained how the door had locked itself or how it opened again exactly when the flashing stopped. The next morning, I went out to my car before class and froze. Tucked beneath the windshield wiper was a photograph. It was glossy and clean, freshly printed. My hands shook as I pulled it free. The picture showed the inside of the room from the night before. The cracked mirror, the empty walls, the floor littered with dust, and two people standing in the center of the frame. It was Caleb and me. We were holding our phones up, beams of light pointed straight ahead. The angle was high, like a camera mounted near the ceiling had taken it. The image was crisp, perfectly focused, and I could see the faint reflection of our own flashlights in our eyes. Behind Caleb, in the corner of the frame, there was something else. A hand, blurred slightly, reaching out from the shadow near the door. I called him right away. He hadn't left it there. No one else knew we had gone. We checked the timestamps on our phones. The photo had been printed several hours after we had already driven away. Later, we went to the police. The officer at the desk said the house was private property scheduled for demolition, and that entering it was trespassing. When we showed him the photograph, he studied it for a while, then told us it was probably a prank. He couldn't explain how someone had known exactly where we'd been. or why the door had locked from the outside. Caleb wanted to destroy the photo, but I couldn't. I sealed it in an envelope and kept it in a drawer. Every now and then I take it out and look at it under bright light, searching for proof it was fake. Digital pixelation, printing lines, anything. There's nothing. It's perfect. I sometimes think about whoever was behind that lens, standing above us while we stood there thinking we were alone. Maybe they'd been there for years, watching anyone who wandered in. Maybe they waited for nights like Halloween, when no one would question the sound of footsteps or flashes of light from a window on a hill. Now, whenever I walk past a security camera or notice a light flicker in a quiet room, my chest tightens. It's not fear of ghosts. It's the realization that the moment you cross a line that isn't yours, someone else might already be there on the other side, recording. Halloween used to mean harmless fright and cheap masks. Now it means the house on Alder Hill, and the photograph that proved we were never alone in that room. I always thought of myself as careful. I checked locks twice, kept my phone charged, and left a small light on near the stairs whenever I worked late. My friends joked that I treated life like a safety drill, but after what happened last Halloween, I stopped finding that funny. It was the kind of night that should have felt harmless. Pumpkins glowing on porches, wind pushing leaves across the sidewalks, children laughing somewhere down the block. By the time I sat down to finish my research paper, the noise outside had faded. Trick-or-treating hours were over, and the neighborhood had gone quiet. The basement was my workspace, half below ground and always cooler than the rest of the house. My parents were away visiting relatives, and I had stayed behind to study. The faint smell of candle wax and chocolate still lingered from the bowl of candy near the front door, though no one had come by for an hour. I remember thinking how still the house felt, how peaceful. Then the lights flickered once, and died completely. The computer shut off, the furnace fan stopped, and the steady hum of the house vanished. I assumed it was a fuse or maybe a temporary outage, but when I glanced up through the small basement window, the neighboring houses were still lit. Their orange string lights and plastic ghosts glowed cheerfully against the dark. Mine was the only house blacked out. I turned on my phone flashlight, and the narrow beam slid over the basement walls. Every Halloween decoration, an old plastic skeleton, and a few cardboard bats I had never bothered to take down looked strange and foreign in the thin light. I went upstairs carefully, the quiet pressing in with every step. Through the window above the back door, I could see the utility box hanging open. The latch was twisted, the inside wires torn. It took a few seconds to understand what I was seeing, and when I did, a cold weight dropped through me. Someone had cut the power on purpose. I stepped back and locked the door, turning the deadbolt. Outside, the motion light should have triggered, but nothing happened. For a moment, I thought I saw movement near the fence, just a darker shape among shadows. But the wind made everything shift, so I couldn't be sure. The laughter from earlier in the night had stopped entirely. I tried to stay calm, checking each window as quietly as possible. Every one of them was locked. Nothing inside seemed touched. When I reached the living room, I noticed the faint orange flicker of my own unlit jack-o'-lantern on the porch. Its candle had burned out hours ago, leaving a hollow grin staring into the dark. The basement door was still open behind me. I realized then that I could call for help using the old landline at my desk downstairs. It still worked without power. My phone battery hovered near empty. I told myself that if I could make that one call, everything would be fine. Halfway down the steps, I heard a sound that stopped me cold. A soft scrape, then another, like a shoe brushing concrete. Someone was already down there. I turned off the flashlight and froze. The basement sank into total blackness. I could make out only a faint silhouette near the storm shelter door. A person stood perfectly still, facing me. They didn't speak or move. My throat felt dry as paper. I ran the rest of the way down, dove into the shelter, and shut the heavy door as quietly as I could. The small concrete room felt airless. I pressed my back against the door and held my breath. Footsteps crossed the floor outside. Slow and precise, they stopped just beyond the door. The handle didn't move, and there was no sound except my heartbeat. Then a man's voice echoed from upstairs, calling out in a rough, insistent tone. I couldn't hear every word, only fragments, demands to be let in, the claim that he needed to talk, the rising edge of anger in his voice. He shouted once more, loud enough to rattle the vents. Then he said the only thing I ever heard clearly, "Open the door." I didn't move. The voice stopped. For a moment, the house was absolutely silent. Then, from somewhere outside came a sharp metallic crash. Maybe a trash can tipping, maybe something thrown. Whatever it was, it startled him. I heard fast footsteps above, crossing from one end of the floor to the other. Then the front door creaked open. After a pause, it shut again. When I finally dared to open the shelter door, the basement was empty. The smell of oil and sweat hung faintly in the air. I found the landline on the desk and dialed 911 with shaking hands. The police arrived quickly. Flashlights swept over the yard and the open utility box. They found the wires torn loose, footprints in the mud by the fence, and faint smudges on the basement door where someone had touched it. No broken windows, no forced entry, no sign of who it was. The officers thought it might have been a burglary attempt interrupted mid-act. They advised me to stay with family until repairs were made. My uncle came to get me that night, his headlights catching the carved pumpkins as we drove away. Their grinning faces glowed orange and hollow in the dark, flickering against the siding of a house that no longer felt like mine. For weeks after, I couldn't stand darkness. I left lights on even during the day. Every time the power flickered, my stomach tightened. Halloween had always been a night for controlled fear. A safe kind, the kind you could turn off by stepping back into the light. That night taught me the difference. What happened wasn't superstition or accident. It was planned. Someone had studied the house, waited until the noise and laughter died, and chosen that moment to act. People like to say the worst thing about fear is the noise it makes, the screams, the panic. But I know better. Real fear is silent. It's a dead house on a night when every other porch glows with candles. It's realizing that the dark around you didn't just happen, someone built it. I can still see that open utility box, the cold jack-o'-lantern on the porch, and the faint outline of a man standing just outside the edge of light, saying nothing because he didn't need to. I already understood what he wanted me to know, that sometimes the scariest thing on Halloween isn't the mask, but the person who waits until it comes off. I used to think the scariest Halloween stories were the ones people made up, the haunted houses and urban legends that existed only to entertain. What happened the October I turned 14 proved that real fear comes from ordinary streets and ordinary people who step too far outside reason. That Halloween night was cold and windy, the kind of night when leaves scrape the pavement like restless insects. I was with my friends Ben and Riley, walking our usual route through the neighborhood. We were too old for costumes that glowed or jingled, but we still liked the routine of doorbells, porch lights, and the faint smell of pumpkins burning in cheap candles. We had just turned down the last road near the cul-de-sac when a woman stepped out of the shadows and blocked the street. She wasn't dressed for Halloween. Her clothes were thin, the kind someone might wear on a warm afternoon, and her hair hung in messy tangles that blew across her face. She carried a plain paper bag, the kind you'd get from a corner store. The three of us slowed down because something in her posture made us unsure if she even saw us as kids out for candy. When she looked at Ben, I realized she did. She called him by another name and said she had been searching for him. Her voice sounded certain, too certain the way people sound when they've convinced themselves of something that isn't real. She said he was her nephew, and that he needed to come home right away. For a few seconds, none of us moved. Ben tried to explain that she had the wrong person, but she didn't seem to hear him. She moved closer, repeating the same words as though the correction hadn't registered. The paper bag rustled in her hand. She told him she had brought something special for him, and he needed to take it before he could leave. The way she said it made my stomach twist. I remember thinking her eyes didn't blink enough. Riley whispered that we should go, and that was the first time I realized how quiet the neighborhood had become. There was no traffic, no laughter from other houses, only the dry hiss of leaves sliding along the curb. When Ben refused again, she reached toward him. Her hand brushed his sleeve and he jerked back as if she had burned him. We ran past her, cutting through a yard and over a flower bed to reach another street. I turned back once and saw her standing under the streetlight, perfectly still, the paper bag hanging by her side as if nothing unusual had happened. We didn't tell our parents that night. It sounded too strange to explain, and we convinced ourselves she was just confused or lost. The next day, that lie started to crumble. Ben's mother called my house that afternoon, asking if we had seen the woman again. Someone matching her description had been in their backyard the previous night. Ben had gone inside after trick-or-treating and spotted her through the sliding glass door. She was standing close to the glass watching him. When his father ran outside, she vanished. The police came, asked questions, and said they would keep patrols near the area. For a while, nothing happened. The quiet returned, and I tried to let myself forget it. Then a week later, my older sister woke up shaking. She said she had dreamed about the woman. In the dream, she was awake in her own bed, but her body couldn't move. The woman stood in the doorway, whispering words that didn't make sense. My sister said the woman crossed the room, leaned over her, and whispered, "I found you." She woke gasping, the curtains moving slightly as though someone had just brushed past them. She swore she had seen a shape in the dark that wasn't part of the dream. The story unsettled everyone in my house. My mother left a light on in the hallway, and for nights afterward, even the smallest sound made us check the windows. The police never found anyone, and eventually they said the woman was likely a transient, someone suffering from confusion. That explanation helped during the day, but not at night. About 10 days later, I was at Riley's house. His backyard backed onto a narrow line of trees and a low chain-link fence that separated the neighborhood from a bike path. We were in the living room playing video games when his dog began to bark, sharp and relentless. His mom went to the kitchen window and stopped mid-step. The woman was standing in their yard facing the house. She wasn't carrying a bag this time. She just stood there, eyes locked on the glass. Riley's father rushed outside, and the woman turned suddenly, running for the fence. She cleared it fast, disappearing into the darkness on the other side. The police came again, searched with flashlights and found nothing. They suggested she might be moving between yards or using the path as a shortcut. We all knew better. She wasn't passing through. She was coming back. That night, I stayed at Riley's because no one wanted to be alone. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something light tapping at the window. It was gentle. 2 short taps, almost polite. My body froze. I forced myself to look, but nothing was there, only the reflection of the room and my own pale face. I didn't tell Riley until morning. He said he hadn't heard anything, though his dog had growled quietly near the door around that same time. The following day, Ben told us his younger brother had seen a woman by their mailbox before school. She had crouched beside it, holding something small in her hand. She said it was meant for Ben. When his brother refused to take it, she tried to catch his sleeve. He pulled away and ran back inside. Their parents called the police again, but by the time they arrived, she was gone. That was the last confirmed sighting. Weeks passed, and life seemed to steady, though none of us fully relaxed. The police patrols faded, neighbors stopped mentioning it, and people went back to talking about normal things. Yet every once in a while I would see a shadow near a fence or movement behind a curtain, and feel the same cold tension crawl up my spine. I told myself it was only memory replaying itself. Even now, years later, the smallest triggers bring it all back. The sound of paper crinkling, the flash of a pale shape under a streetlight, the rustle of leaves outside my window. My mother still insists on keeping the blinds closed every Halloween. She says she doesn't like the idea of strangers wandering near the house. I think she remembers the fear in our faces more than she admits. Ben told me recently that his mom sometimes wakes at night convinced she hears footsteps in their yard. She says she dreams about the woman too. In those dreams, the woman stands at the foot of the bed, holding out that same paper bag. We never learned what was inside, and maybe that's better. People said it was mistaken identity, but that explanation doesn't fit. She hadn't confused us for someone else. She had decided we were hers to find, and she wouldn't stop until she did. Sometimes when I wake up before dawn, I catch my own reflection in the window and half expect to see her standing behind it, her eyes fixed on mine, waiting patiently for me to remember the sound of her voice and the shape of that bag crinkling softly in her hand. I used to think I could always tell the difference between staged fear and the real thing. Haunted houses never bothered me. I was the one laughing at jump scares while my friends screamed. I liked seeing the work that went into them, the sound cues, lighting tricks, makeup, but I never actually felt unsafe. That changed on Halloween night, 2 years ago at a place called Ridgeway Hollow, a temporary haunted attraction that set up every October on the edge of town. The place had everything: a corn maze, a haunted forest trail, and a few side attractions like a foggy graveyard and a mock butcher's barn. I went with 2 friends, Mara and Eli, just looking for a night out. The air had that brittle chill that only late autumn carries, and the smell of bonfires and kettle corn drifted through the open fields. It all felt so normal, so safe, as if fear was just another kind of fun to be purchased with a ticket. We started in the corn maze. That area was meant to be lighter on scares, mostly costumed actors popping from the stalks, masks catching the light, canned screams echoing through the rows. I remember feeling relaxed, even playful, until I noticed someone standing too still in the distance. He was taller than the other actors, dressed in jeans and a dark hoodie instead of the standard flannel and burlap masks. His face covering looked handmade, a crude mix between a skull and a gas mask. At first, I assumed he was just part of the show. I remember slowing down, trying to guess what kind of scare he was planning, but he didn't move the way the others did. He just stood there watching us through the gaps in the corn. When I turned to look again, he was suddenly closer. Then he lunged. I didn't even have time to react. He shoved me hard in the chest, and the ground came up fast. My wrist bent under me with a sharp crack, pain shooting through my arm. Eli stepped between us and yelled something, but the man didn't respond. He tilted his head slightly as if examining me. Then he grabbed my wrist and squeezed with enough force that I felt something shift inside. The pain was instant and deep. I remember screaming and seeing Mara's terrified face before he let go and slipped back into the corn without a sound. The nearby staff looked as startled as we were when we found one of them, a young guy with a flashlight and a staff hoodie. He said he'd call it in, though he looked uncertain. When I described the man, the staffer frowned and said that no one matching that outfit worked there. All their maze actors were supposed to be in scarecrow costumes. That was when a small piece of unease settled in the back of my throat. We were told to continue to the next area while they looked into it. I should have left then, but Eli thought it was probably a mix-up, maybe a guest who had wandered in by mistake. I wanted to believe that, so we walked on to the haunted forest trail. That part was darker, the path marked by dim lanterns that barely cut through the fog. I tried to shake off what had happened, but my wrist was throbbing and my pulse wouldn't slow. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that mask again between the trees. For a while, I didn't. Then, halfway through the trail, I saw movement to my left. He was there. The same man, same hoodie, same mask, just standing in the shadows beyond the lanterns. This time, he was walking toward us. I told my friends that it was him again, before they could turn. He started moving faster. His boots hit the gravel in heavy, steady steps. We ran. The trail twisted through the woods, loops and switchbacks disorienting us in the fog. Every turn made me think we'd lost him, but then I'd hear that crunch of gravel again, closer than before. The fog muffled everything except his breathing, long, deep, uneven breaths, as if he was pacing himself not to speak or pant, just to keep coming. Mara tripped on a root, and Eli pulled her back to her feet. I looked over my shoulder once, and saw the mask only a few yards away, its shape catching a flash of lantern light. We bolted toward a clearing where another actor stood pretending to be a zombie. I tried to shout that someone was chasing us, but the performer only laughed, thinking it was part of the show. When we reached the end of the trail, the man was gone again, swallowed by the trees. I could barely breathe when we reached the main area near the entrance. A woman who looked like a manager came over when she saw my wrist and the panic on our faces. I told her everything, the shove, the grab, the chase. She went pale and said quietly that no one matching that outfit was on the staff list. No actor was allowed in costume unless they were approved and checked in. She radioed other staff members to search both zones, but came back a few minutes later shaking her head. No one had seen him. She had me fill out an incident report, then called the police since I had been injured. When the officers arrived, they were calm and methodical. They took photos of my wrist and asked for a description. They searched the corn maze and the forest with flashlights, sweeping the paths, shining light into the trees. There was nothing. No footprints, no broken stalks, no mask. The manager checked her roster and told them again that everyone had been accounted for. Every actor had checked in, and there was no record of any staff member wearing a hoodie or a gas mask style covering. The officers suggested it might have been a trespasser or a prank gone wrong. One of them told me to get my wrist looked at and to call if I noticed anyone following me after that night. I sat near the parking lot as the attraction closed, watching families and couples laugh as if nothing had happened. The smell of kettle corn had turned nauseating by then. I kept flexing my fingers just to reassure myself I could still move them. The police left with their report, and Ridgeway Hollow reopened the next day like nothing unusual had occurred. In the days that followed, my wrist developed deep bruising. Doctors said it was a bad sprain, maybe a hairline fracture. I told them it happened in a haunted attraction, and they smiled like it was just another Halloween mishap. The police never called back. No suspect, no follow-up, nothing. Even now I can replay every second of it. The weight of that shove, the grinding pressure of his grip, the way he seemed to know where we were going before we did. There's a part of me that wonders if he had been watching people for days, waiting for a moment when the crowd would thin out, and no one would notice one more costumed figure step out of the corn. I haven't been to a haunted attraction since. I can't even drive past a cornfield without my chest tightening. I keep thinking about how he moved and how deliberate it all felt. The managers insisted he wasn't part of the staff. The police said there was no evidence, and everyone else just kept celebrating Halloween as if nothing had gone wrong. But I know what I felt that night. He wasn't acting, and sometimes when the air turns cold and dry again, I can still feel the phantom ache where his hand closed around my wrist. I have always been the kind of person who waits all year for haunted attractions to open. Every October, I drag my friends through as many as we can find. The Hollow Maze was supposed to be the highlight of last Halloween, a pop-up haunted house built inside an abandoned garden center at the edge of town. The advertisements promised total darkness, disorientation, and a zero-light room where every sound would feel like a breath against your neck. That sounded perfect to me. We arrived a little after 9 on Halloween night. The fog machines were pumping so hard that the whole parking lot looked like it was underwater. There was a dull red glow leaking through the glass roof of the old greenhouse, and the screams coming from inside rose and fell like waves. Actors in full costume wandered around the line, one with a cracked porcelain face, another in a pig mask, but the one who stood out was tall and thin, dressed as a scarecrow. His mask looked handmade, rough burlap stitched together, the kind that would scrape your skin if you touched it. A frayed rope was looped around his neck. He didn't move or speak. He just stood near the entrance with his head tilted down, watching everyone pass. Inside, it started like any other haunted house. Strobe lights, chainsaws, and the smell of fog fluid thick in the air. But when we reached the zero light section, the staff told us to keep one hand on a rope running along the wall and to follow it until we reached the next lighted area. The second we stepped through the door, everything disappeared. It was complete blackness. I could hear Marcus breathing somewhere to my left, and Leah whispering behind me. We shuffled forward, our fingers tight on the rope. Something brushed my shoulder. It wasn't a prop or a curtain. It felt like the palm of a hand, warm, human, and deliberate. I froze. Marcus asked if that had been me, but I hadn't moved. Leah whispered that someone had touched her too. Then something tugged lightly at my sleeve. I could feel fingers for a second before they slipped away. Marcus swore under his breath and we started moving faster until we stumbled out into a dim corridor. There were no actors in sight. When we told a staff member, he said it was probably the fog curtains or another group behind us, but there hadn't been anyone else in that section when we entered. By the time we reached the parking lot, we were laughing again, trying to brush it off. That's when Marcus noticed the scarecrow standing outside the exit gate, still as a post, head tilted the same way. We assumed he was part of the show, maybe there to wave goodbye, but when we walked toward the car, he started walking too. Not fast, just steady, matching our pace. Leah said it wasn't funny anymore. We called out, told him to stop, but he kept coming until we reached the car. Then he simply turned away and disappeared into the fog. It felt weird, but we convinced ourselves it was just commitment to the act. On the drive home, we were still joking about it. We dropped Leah off around 11:30. When Marcus and I turned onto my street, he suddenly hit the brakes. Under the glow of a streetlight, there was someone standing at the corner. The same height, same rope, same burlap mask. For a second, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. But then the figure tilted its head in that same uncanny way. We pulled into my driveway fast. I ran inside and told my stepdad someone from the haunted house had followed us home. He didn't ask questions. He grabbed the pistol he keeps locked in the cabinet and went out to the porch. He called into the dark that whoever was out there needed to leave immediately. When the figure didn't move, he warned that he was armed. That was the only time the scarecrow reacted. He stepped backward, turned, and walked down the street until the dark swallowed him. The next day, I called the Hollow Maze to report it. The woman who answered sounded confused. She said they had no one in a scarecrow costume. Their records showed no burlap masks, no rope props, nothing even close. She checked with the manager while I waited on hold and confirmed it again. There was simply no one like that working there. That night, Leah called and said her backyard motion lights had gone off around 2 a.m. She thought she saw someone tall near her shed but couldn't be sure. By the time she turned on the porch light, the yard was empty. None of us slept well after that. A few nights later, Marcus and I were downstairs watching a movie when my stepdad came to tell us there was someone standing by the fence. We went to the window. The scarecrow was there again, just watching the house. My stepdad went out, keeping the gun pointed down. He told the person to leave. This time, the figure spoke. The voice was trembling and young. He said he just wanted to scare us. My stepdad stepped closer and asked how old he was. The scarecrow hesitated, then took off the mask. He couldn't have been older than 16. His face was pale and streaked with tears. He said he'd been fired from another haunted house a few weeks earlier and wanted to prove he could still pull off a scare. He'd followed us because he thought we'd be the right audience. My stepdad found his wallet, called his parents, and stayed outside with him until they arrived. His mother looked exhausted. She said he'd been struggling since a bad accident the year before, and that he wasn't supposed to be out that late. The police didn't arrest him, but they gave him a strict warning. For a while after that, everything seemed normal again. We even joked about it, turning the whole ordeal into a Halloween story of our own. But every time I drove past the old greenhouse, I found myself looking for that shape in the fog. Once, I thought I saw it reflected in the window of my car. Just for a second, that rough burlap texture where no one should have been standing. Leah later told me she found a small scrap of burlap stuck on her backyard fence. She swore she hadn't put it there. A week later, I went back to the Hollow Maze. They were packing up the props for the season. I asked the owner one more time if they had ever used a scarecrow in any of their sets. He said no at first, but then he paused. There had been someone, years ago, who used to stand outside the exit and scare guests after they left. Not an employee, just a local who liked to freak people out. They told him to stop after he frightened a family so badly they almost called the police. When I asked what happened to him, the owner said the man had been killed in a hit-and-run last Halloween. I didn't know what to say to that. Ever since then, I still go to haunted houses, but I skip the zero-light rooms. Every October, when the fog rolls through and the air smells like wet leaves, I sometimes see a tall shape near the old greenhouse, standing just outside the gate, head tilted like it's waiting for someone to come closer. Maybe it's just a memory that won't fade, or maybe some things don't know when the show is over. We moved into the house just a few weeks before Halloween. It was one of those newer suburban builds, tall and roomy with pale gray siding and a spotless driveway. My parents were thrilled to finally get out of our old 2-bedroom rental. They kept calling it a fresh start, a real step up. At first, I tried to buy into that excitement, but something about the place just felt off to me from the start. The air inside didn't move the way it should have. It felt packed in, like we'd opened a sealed box and something old and unseen was still hiding inside. I was 17 then, not especially prone to superstition, but on that first night, I kept the window cracked just to breathe. The house was too quiet, and every creak seemed to linger a second too long. The bedroom layout was simple, mine at the end of the hall, my brothers next door, my little sisters across the way, and our parents' room tucked down at the far end. Everyone else went to bed easily enough, but I couldn't sleep. I lay still in the dark for what felt like hours, eyes on the ceiling, waiting for nothing in particular. Then I heard the footsteps. They came from the living room below, slow, deliberate thuds across the floorboards, heavy enough to make the wall by my bed faintly shiver. I remember holding my breath, thinking one of my parents had gotten up for water, or maybe my brother had wandered down for a snack. But the steps didn't stop. They moved in a clean line through the downstairs and ended directly beneath my room. I sat up listening. Then, for a few moments, there was nothing. Out of nowhere, something slammed hard against a wall on the opposite side of the house. I jumped, heart pounding, and then it happened again, louder this time, like furniture being driven into drywall. I ran to the hallway and checked. Every door was closed. The thermostat screen glowed faintly, showing a steady 68 degrees. I crept down the hall and knocked on my parents' door. No answer at first. Then the door cracked open. My dad looked at me with that unfocused, annoyed look parents give when they've been pulled from deep sleep. I asked if he'd heard anything. He said he hadn't, and told me it was probably the house settling. I tried to explain it wasn't that, it was banging, heavy and violent. But he just rubbed his eyes and said to go back to bed. I left the door ajar and returned to my room. The silence felt unnatural. I slid under the blanket trying to convince myself it really was just noise from the house adjusting to the cool night. Then the air in my room changed. The warmth drained in seconds, and a chill swept across my face. I checked the window. It was sealed. Still, my breath began to fog in front of me. A deep groan rolled through the room, low and guttural. I froze, staring toward the foot of the bed. There was no sound of anyone entering, no click of the door handle, but I knew something was there. The shape emerged slowly from the dark, a tall figure, taller than any human should be. It stood just at the edge of the moonlight, bleeding in from the blinds. I couldn't make out its face, just the long bent outline of its head and shoulders. It tilted its head sharply, like it was studying me, or maybe just waiting. My chest locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Then, all at once, it rushed toward me. I yanked the blanket over my head and braced for impact, but nothing touched me. The air around me grew still. When I finally pulled the blanket down, the room was empty. No sound, no figure, just my own shallow breathing and the slow return of warmth to the air. The next morning, I tried to tell my parents what happened. My mom said maybe it was sleep paralysis. My dad half listened while checking his phone. My brother made some joke about Halloween getting into my head, and my sister kept glancing at me but didn't say anything. That night, I kept every light on. I checked the locks twice and made sure my phone was charged. But somewhere around 3 a.m, the footsteps returned. This time, they started upstairs. They moved down the hallway slowly until they stopped right outside my sister's door. Then the banging started again. Sharp, aggressive strikes against her door. One after another, like someone was trying to break through. I ran down the hall and pushed into her room. She was already awake, sitting up in bed, pale and shaking. She didn't say much, just pointed at the door with tears in her eyes. Later, she told me it had said my name. Not shouted, just said it, flat and cold like it was checking something off a list. We told our parents again the next morning. My sister confirmed what I said, but our parents only got quieter. They didn't argue anymore. They just didn't respond much at all. That night, they let my sister and me sleep downstairs in the living room together. Nothing happened. And for the next week, it stayed quiet. No sounds, no footsteps. It almost felt like we'd imagined the whole thing. My parents seemed relieved. My sister stopped flinching at shadows. Then Halloween night arrived. Everyone else had gone to bed early. I was still up, scrolling my phone and working through the leftover candy bowl. It was past midnight when I heard the first sound, footsteps again, this time coming from upstairs. I muted my phone and sat still. The air in the house felt thinner than usual. Then every light in the house blinked out at once. I couldn't see anything. I tried to reach for my phone, but I stopped halfway. A whisper came from just behind my shoulder, low and close to my ear. It said something that made my chest go cold, and my hands tremble. "You shouldn't be here." I turned, but saw nothing but hallway shadows stretching endlessly in both directions. I don't remember much after that, just the feeling of running through that thick, silent dark. The walls felt closer than they should have. The floor beneath me didn't sound like wood anymore. I woke up the next morning on the living room couch. A blanket had been draped over me. My sister was curled up in the recliner, still asleep. No one talked about it, but the look in my dad's eyes when a door slammed later that day said enough. We moved out before Christmas. My parents never admitted what they saw or heard. They just said the commute was too long and the layout didn't work for them. My sister still avoids talking about that house entirely, but I remember everything. The way the air felt, the silence that came too quickly, the voice that knew my name. Some houses don't want you there. Some things stay quiet just long enough for you to lower your guard, and some warnings only come once. That Halloween night still sits in the back of my mind. The one time the rules I used to roll my eyes at actually saved my life. I was 13 then, old enough to want to walk on my own, but still young enough that my mom made me promise to stay on our side of the neighborhood and be home by 9. I remember the air that night, cold and clean, full of wood smoke and candy wrappers, every porch light glowing like a beacon under the orange sky. My friends Ryan and his little sister Chloe had joined me, and we were proud of the way we'd mapped out our route, house by house, never crossing the main road. I'd even printed the list from the community safety page. I was that kind of kid, the rule follower. Everything felt ordinary until we reached the small wooden bridge over the creek, the one that everyone in Birch Hollow knew. The boards creaked, and the smell of damp leaves came up from the water. I remember the sound of our candy bags rustling, and how Ryan tried to make a ghost noise to spook his sister. We were laughing when the first car passed us. It was a pale van, the kind that looked like it had been around for decades, paint dull and headlights dim. It rolled by slowly enough that I noticed the driver glance at us, not quick and casual but long enough to make my stomach tighten. I tried to shake it off. People drove slowly on Halloween, but a few minutes later, after we'd crossed the next street, the same van passed again. I felt that prickle of unease you can't reason away. Then it stopped near the curb ahead of us, idling. I could see the man's face in the faint interior light. Older, maybe 40, with a trimmed beard and the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. He leaned a bit out the window as if trying to get our attention. He said something about having extra candy, and that we could get more if we came closer. I froze. It wasn't even that I thought about what to do. It was that every talk, every school assembly, every rule from my mom hit me all at once. I didn't answer. Ryan told Chloe to stay close, and we turned back toward the main road, pretending not to hear. I didn't look over my shoulder until we were halfway down the block, and when I did, the van was turning around. The unease shifted to fear when it began following us. Not fast, but steady. The headlights flickered like a signal. My voice shook when I told Ryan to run. We took off, bags bouncing, shoes slapping against the pavement, Chloe crying as we pulled her along. I could hear the van speeding up, and the noise of the engine made the night seem too big and too empty. We reached the bridge again, but just as we crossed, another car appeared from the opposite side, an older dark sedan. It slowed, and the two vehicles seemed to mirror each other, like they were working together. When the sedan stopped across the road, blocking the way, I realized this wasn't just a creepy coincidence. Ryan shouted my name, and we veered off toward the houses. There was one with a full set of decorations still glowing, a web of lights across the porch, fake tombstones in the yard, and a sign wishing everyone a happy Halloween from the Hendersons. I sprinted up the walkway, pounding on the door so hard that my hand stung. For a split second I thought no one would answer. Then the porch light brightened, and an older man opened the door, confusion giving way to alarm when he saw our faces. I managed to say that someone was following us, that they had tried to stop us. He let us inside right away. Through the front window, I saw the cars lingering at the corner. One backed up slowly, the other waited before turning to follow. The man locked the door while his wife grabbed her phone. She spoke quickly to whoever was on the other end, and then we all just stood there listening to the quiet hum of the refrigerator and the sound of Chloe's small sobs. When the police arrived, the street flashed blue and red against the houses. My mom came soon after, her face pale, her hands gripping my shoulders like she was afraid to let go. The officers asked what we'd seen. I told them about the van, the color, the shape, the way the man smiled. Ryan remembered the second car, and how it blocked us. One of the officers said we had done exactly the right thing by running to a house instead of trying to hide somewhere outside. I didn't feel brave. I just felt lucky that someone had answered the door. Later that night, after we were home and I was still shaking too much to sleep, my mom got a call from the same officer. They had found both vehicles in a nearby industrial area. The men inside matched what we described. They weren't from around here. In the van, there were bags of candy, some unopened, some not. The officer didn't say much more, just that they'd been taken in for questioning and that we didn't need to worry anymore. For weeks after, I couldn't cross that bridge alone. Every creak of wood under my shoes brought the memory rushing back. Ryan and Chloe felt the same, though we didn't talk about it much. The Hendersons became sort of local heroes after that. Every year they hosted a safety night before Halloween, giving out glow sticks and warm cocoa and reminding kids to stick to the buddy system. I always went even when I was older and no longer trick-or-treating, because part of me needed to see that bridge, to make sure it was still just a bridge. Now years later, when people talk about Halloween safety, I tell them this story. I tell them how easy it is to assume you're safe, just because the streets are familiar, because the lights are on and people are laughing. But real danger doesn't always announce itself with a scream or a mask. Sometimes it drives by twice, smiling. If there's one thing I still remember most vividly, it's that moment on the porch when the man opened the door and I heard myself say, shaking, "Please help us." That was the only time I broke the rule of keeping calm, and it was the right time to do it. The police later told us that if we hadn't run when we did, things might have gone differently. That thought lingers, not as fear anymore, but as a reminder. The bridge on Birch Hollow looks ordinary again. Fresh paint, new railing, nothing to hint at what almost happened there. But when I walk past it at dusk, I can still feel the chill of that night, the sound of tires on gravel, and the way the air seemed to hold its breath before we ran.